Tonight, as you settle in, let your mind journey back to a time of candlelight and curiosity. A time when one man dared to imagine a world powered by invisible forces. This is the story of Nikola Tesla, not the myth, not the meme, but the quiet, extraordinary life of a visionary who saw what others could not. His ideas were bold, his methods mysterious, and though his name would one day echo through the halls of science, in his own time, he often walked alone. So close your eyes and let the world fade. Let the flicker of a strange, brilliant mind guide you gently into sleep. Nikola Tesla was born on July 10, 1856, in a small village nestled within the Austrian Empire, an area that now belongs to modern-day Croatia. His early life was steeped in the traditions of his Serbian family, shaped by the poetic imagination of his mother and the firm intellectual grounding of his father, a priest and writer. From the beginning, Tesla was different. He would later speak of vivid dreams, sudden flashes of insight, and an uncanny ability to picture complex machines entirely in his mind, long before he ever built them. As a young man, he pursued studies in engineering and physics during the 1870s. Though he never completed a degree, his hunger for knowledge never wavered. He believed deeply in the power of the human mind, and his real education came through obsession and hands-on experimentation. In the early 1880s, Tesla gained practical experience working in the growing world of electrical technology, first in telephony and later with Continental Edison, a European branch of Thomas Edison's company. These early years exposed him to the cutting edge of the new electric age. In 1884, Tesla boarded a ship to America with little more than a dream and a letter of introduction in hand. He arrived in New York City, determined to reshape the future. For a brief time, he worked under Edison himself, but their relationship quickly fractured. Clashing ideas and opposing temperaments made cooperation impossible. Tesla soon broke away to forge his own path. With support from investors who believed in his potential, he established independent laboratories and companies where he could develop his own inventions. It was in these spaces, half workshop, half theatre, that his brilliance began to shine. One of his most groundbreaking achievements came in 1888, when Westinghouse Electric licensed his patents for the alternating current, AC, induction motor and polyphase system. At a time when the world still ran on direct current, DC, Tesla's technology offered a safer, more efficient alternative. The adoption of AC would change everything, from how cities were powered to how humanity lived after dark. For this, Tesla received significant financial compensation, though much of it would eventually be lost or spent on future projects. Never content to simply ride the wave of one success, Tesla turned his attention to entirely new frontiers. He experimented with vibrating mechanical devices, tubes that conducted high-frequency electricity, and even some of the earliest forms of X-ray imaging, years before others understood what they were seeing. He also unveiled a small, radio-controlled boat, long before the concept of remote control entered the mainstream. These public demonstrations captured the imagination of high society. Tesla wasn't just an inventor, he was a showman, drawing crowds of artists, aristocrats, and entrepreneurs to witness firsthand the marvels he could summon with a wave of his hand. During the 1890s, he became obsessed with the idea of transmitting energy without wires. He believed power and communication could be broadcast through the atmosphere itself. His high-voltage experiments in New York and later in Colorado Springs were daring, dramatic, and sometimes dangerous. In 1893, he publicly declared that wireless communication was not only possible, it was inevitable. He set out to build a tower that would bring this dream to life. Wardenclyffe, a massive transmission station meant to beam energy and information across oceans. But funding ran dry before the project could be completed, and the tower stood unfinished, an eerie monument to a future that never came. In the decades that followed, Tesla continued to work on a variety of experimental devices, some practical, others purely theoretical. By the 1910s and 1920s, many of his ideas had drifted too far ahead of their time to attract investors. Gradually, his fortune faded. He began living in modest New York hotels, often unable to pay his bills, but still fiercely devoted to his work. The world moved on without him, and the once celebrated inventor slipped quietly into obscurity. Nikola Tesla died alone in a hotel room on January 7, 1943. He left behind trunks filled with notebooks, sketches, and dreams that had never been realized. For years, history forgot him, but in 1960, the scientific community gave him a quiet honor. They named the SI unit of magnetic flux density the Tesla, ensuring his name would live on in the language of science. Since the 1990s, interest in his life and work has surged once more. No longer a forgotten man, Tesla is now remembered as one of the most influential minds to ever walk this earth. Misunderstood, yes, but undeniably ahead of his time. As Tesla's inventions began lighting up the world, few could imagine the quiet, rural beginnings that shaped the man behind the current. Long before laboratories and lectures, before fame or failure, there was a boy growing up in the shadow of mountains and tradition. His early world was one of simplicity and silence, wooden homes, candlelight, and the hum of nature interrupted only by the tolling of church bells. It was here, in a remote corner of the Austrian Empire, that the seeds of his strange and brilliant mind were first planted. Nikola Tesla was born on July 10, 1856, in the village of Smiljan, a rugged part of the world that belonged at the time to the Austrian Empire. He came from a Serbian family rooted in faith and learning. His father, Milutin Tesla, served as an Eastern Orthodox priest, a man of language, deeply committed to his religious duties and to the written word. Nikola's uncle, Joseph, was a respected lecturer at a military academy and a published author of mathematics textbooks, evidence that sharp minds ran in the family. But the soul of Tesla's creativity came from his mother. Georgina, known as Juka, had no formal education, yet she possessed a remarkable mechanical intuition. She built tools by hand, crafted devices for their home, and could recite long Serbian epic poems from memory. Nikola would later say that whatever genius he had, he inherited from her. Her imagination, her hands, and her memory shaped how he saw the world and how he would go on to recreate it. Nikola was the fourth of 5 children, growing up in a home that valued both intellect and introspection. He began school in 1861 in his village of Smiljan, studying German, arithmetic, and religious instruction. A year later, the family moved to the nearby town of Gospic, where his father was reassigned as a parish priest. It was there that Tesla completed his early education. Years later, when filling out patent documents before becoming a US citizen, he would describe himself simply as a man from Smiljan, a quiet place on the edge of empire, far from the cities he would one day electrify. As Nikola grew, so did the electricity inside him, not the kind that sparked in wires, but the restless, unshakable current of a mind that refused to settle. His boyhood curiosity soon demanded more than village life could offer. He needed to see more, learn more, test the boundaries of what was possible. And so began a long, winding journey through the world of education, filled with flashes of brilliance, moments of silence, and the quiet pain of not always fitting in. In 1870, at the age of 14, Tesla moved to the city of Karlovac to attend secondary school at the Higher Real Gymnasium. There, the language of instruction was German, as was common in the Austro-Hungarian military frontier. It was in those classrooms that Tesla first encountered the invisible force that would shape his destiny: electricity. His physics teacher, using simple demonstrations, lit a fire in Nikola's mind. The mysterious, intangible nature of this energy fascinated him. He later wrote that those early experiments with electric currents stirred something deep, something he couldn't ignore. He was so mentally quick that he could solve complex calculus problems in his head, a talent that made his instructors suspicious. Some believed he must be cheating. But he wasn't. Tesla simply thought differently. He completed the entire 4-year program in just 3 years and graduated in 1873, already showing signs of the prodigy he was becoming. That same year, after returning home to Smiljan, Tesla fell gravely ill with cholera. The sickness lasted 9 months and brought him to the edge of death more than once. During one particularly desperate moment, his father, who had long insisted that Nikola follow in his footsteps as a clergyman, offered a promise. If Nikola survived, he would send him to the best engineering school available. Against all odds, Tesla recovered. He later said that during this time of illness and isolation, he found comfort in the books of Mark Twain, stories that helped him endure when his body was at its weakest. In 1874, faced with the threat of conscription into the Austro-Hungarian army, Tesla quietly left Smiljan and fled to the rugged hills near Grachak. There, living close to nature and wearing a hunter's outfit, he found unexpected strength. The solitude of the mountains, the quiet of the forest, and the rhythm of the land restored him both physically and mentally. That same year, he was granted a scholarship to study at the Imperial Royal Technical College in Graz. Tesla threw himself into his studies with his usual intensity, passing far more exams than were required and earning high praise from the dean, who called him a star of first rank in a letter to Tesla's father. He was particularly captivated by the lectures on electricity delivered by Professor Jakob Pöschl. But brilliance and balance rarely coexist. By his 3rd year, Tesla's focus had unraveled. He left Graz in late 1878 without finishing his degree. Some biographers believe he had become distracted by gambling and other vices, leading to academic failure and possibly expulsion. For a time, Tesla vanished. His family heard nothing from him after he disappeared from school, and rumors began to circulate that he had drowned in the nearby Mur River. Months later, one of his classmates spotted him alive in the town of Maribor, working as a draftsman for a modest wage. In March 1879, his father Milutin finally tracked him down and tried to persuade him to return to school in Prague. But life had other plans. Nikola was soon deported from Maribor for lacking proper documents and sent back to Gospic. Just weeks later, his father passed away after an illness, leaving Tesla adrift at a critical moment in his life. In January of 1880, with help from 2 of his uncles, Tesla made his way to Prague, hoping to resume his education. But it was too late to formally enroll at the university. He lacked essential qualifications. He had never studied Greek, and he did not speak Czech. Still, determined not to waste the opportunity, Tesla sat in on philosophy lectures as an informal auditor. He listened, he absorbed, but he received no grades, no recognition, and no formal title to show for it. Like so many moments in his life, it was a chapter of great potential and quiet disappointment. One more spark in the long, slow build towards something greater. With his formal education behind him, unfinished but rich in experience, Tesla began to look outward. The world was changing rapidly, and the rise of electrical technology offered a new frontier for minds like his. Though he had no diploma, Tesla carried with him something more powerful than credentials: the ability to see what others missed, to imagine improvements no one had thought to attempt. It was time to step into the working world, where ideas could become tools and tools could shape the future. In 1881, Tesla relocated to Budapest, Hungary, where he secured a position with a telegraph company being developed by Tivadar Puskás. The operation was known as the Budapest Telephone Exchange, though when Tesla first arrived he found it wasn't operational yet. With the exchange still under construction, he accepted a temporary role as a draftsman at the Central Telegraph Office. It was not glamorous work, but it gave him time to observe, to listen, and to think. Within months, the exchange began to function, and Tesla's talents were quickly recognized. He was promoted to chief electrician, a position of considerable responsibility. During his time there, he worked tirelessly to refine the existing equipment, introducing several technical improvements. Among them was an early version of a telephone amplifier, a device that extended the range and clarity of voice signals. It was a small step in the world of communication, but one that quietly foreshadowed the revolutionary path Tesla would soon walk. Tesla's time in Budapest had given him a glimpse of what was possible, a taste of how his mind could reshape the tools of modern life. But he needed a bigger stage, one that matched the scale of his ambitions. Europe was entering the electric age, and new opportunities were beginning to hum across its cities. And so, with a quiet determination, Tesla packed his few belongings and followed the current once more, this time to France. In 1882, through the support of Tivadar Puskás, Tesla secured a position with the Continental Edison Company in Paris. It was a time when electric lighting was still a marvel, and Tesla found himself working on the front lines of a brand new industry. The task was bold, bringing incandescent lighting to entire cities, wiring entire buildings with the glow of artificial light for the very first time. Tesla was assigned to the Société Électrique Edison, a branch based in the Ivry-sur-Seine suburb, where his days were filled with the installation of complex lighting systems across Paris. But Tesla didn't just install, he studied. He absorbed every detail of the new electrical infrastructure with his usual intensity. His understanding of both physics and machinery quickly set him apart. Before long, the company's leadership recognized his unique abilities and moved him from installation work to engineering design. Tesla began redesigning generators, improving the efficiency of the machines that powered the entire system. He worked on motors, dynamos, and the unseen systems behind the glowing lamps, quietly enhancing what others had built, making them better, faster, and more reliable. These were the first sparks of Tesla's genius finding form, refining the tools of others, while silently dreaming of entirely new worlds of his own design. Despite his growing success in Europe, Tesla still felt confined. His mind raced ahead of the machines around him. While others were content improving what already existed, Tesla wanted to start from nothing, to build the future from the ground up. Word of his talents began to travel, reaching across the ocean to a city buzzing with ambition and steel. And when opportunity called from the United States, Tesla followed it without hesitation, unaware of the difficult path that lay ahead. In 1884, Charles Batchelor, a manager from the Edison organization who had worked with Tesla in Paris, returned to New York to oversee operations at the Edison Machine Works. Impressed by Tesla's sharp intellect and practical skill, Batchelor requested that he join him in America. Tesla accepted. That June, he crossed the Atlantic and stepped off the ship into the chaos of Manhattan's Lower East Side. The shift from elegant, cultured Europe to the rough industrial streets of New York came as a shock. He later described the environment as a painful surprise. Tesla was put to work immediately in the Edison Machine Works, a cramped, crowded facility filled with hundreds of laborers, engineers, and foremen, all working to build out the city's electrical infrastructure. Just as he had in Paris, Tesla focused on repairing faulty equipment, enhancing generators, and refining electrical systems. The work was difficult and the conditions harsh, but Tesla pushed forward with quiet intensity, hoping that his contributions would be recognized. Accounts differ on how often Tesla crossed paths with Thomas Edison himself. Some say their meetings were rare, others recall specific moments. In one instance, after spending a long night repairing the power system aboard a damaged ocean liner, Tesla reportedly bumped into Edison and Batchelor the following morning. When Edison learned that Tesla had worked through the night, he turned to Batchelor and remarked, "This is a damn good man." One of the major assignments given to Tesla during this time was the development of an arc lighting system for city streets. Arc lights were powerful and popular for public lighting, but they required high voltages, making them incompatible with Edison's preferred low-voltage systems. Tesla approached the challenge with ingenuity and designed a working system, but the company never used it. Whether because of Edison's separate deal with an arc lighting company or improvements made to incandescent technology, Tesla's work was shelved, another of his ideas left unexplored. After just 6 months, Tesla left the Edison Machine Works. The reason is still debated. Some say he walked away over a promised bonus that never arrived, perhaps tied to his work redesigning generators or creating the unused arc light system. In his later writings, Tesla recalled being promised $50,000 to create dozens of new machine designs, a fortune at the time. But when the work was done, the offer was brushed off as a joke. According to Tesla, someone laughed and said, "You don't understand our American humor." Whether that promise was made by Edison or another manager remains unclear. What is certain is that Tesla felt betrayed. In his personal diary, Tesla wrote almost nothing about the day he walked away. Just a brief, handwritten note, scrawled across the pages covering late December 1884 into early January 1885. It read simply, "Goodbye to the Edison Machine Works." With that, he turned the page on one of the most disillusioning chapters of his life. But in doing so, he also made space for something greater, because the moment he let go of Edison's world, he began building his own. With Edison behind him, Tesla stepped out into the world alone, hopeful, hungry, and certain he could now follow his own vision without compromise. Though he had no savings and few connections, he carried with him a deep belief in the power of his ideas. For a brief moment, the path ahead seemed clear. He would build something of his own. He would bring light to the world, not as a worker in someone else's dream, but as the architect of his own. Not long after parting ways with the Edison Company, Tesla began refining his arc lighting system, likely an improved version of the design that had been shelved in New York. Determined to protect and share his invention, he reached out to a patent attorney named Lemuel Sorel, the same man who had helped Edison secure his patents. Sorel was impressed by Tesla's work and introduced him to two businessmen, Robert Lane and Benjamin Vail. They agreed to finance a new venture under Tesla's name, and in 1885, the Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing Company was born. Tesla threw himself into the work, spending the remainder of the year developing patents and installing an operational arc lighting system in Rahway, New Jersey. These would become his first officially recognized patents in the United States, including one for a more efficient direct current generator. Though the technology itself was solid, the partnership behind it was far less stable. While Tesla hoped to move forward with even more ambitious inventions, including motors powered by alternating current, the investors had other plans. They had no interest in long-term innovation. They simply wanted a working utility, something profitable and immediate. Once the Rahway lighting system was up and running in 1886, Lane and Vail decided the manufacturing side of the business was too costly to maintain. Without warning, they restructured the venture, shut down Tesla's company, and abandoned him. In the process, Tesla lost everything, not just his business, but the very patents he had developed. Because he had signed over the rights in exchange for stock, those inventions no longer belonged to him. Left without income or support, Tesla entered one of the lowest points in his life. He took on small repair jobs where he could, and even worked digging ditches for $2 a day. Manual labor for a man who once dreamed of transmitting energy through the sky. Years later, Tesla looked back on that time with quiet bitterness. He wrote, "My high education in science, mechanics, and literature seemed to me like a cruel joke." In those months of exhaustion and obscurity, his vision remained intact, but the world, for now, had no place for it. By the end of 1886, Tesla had been humbled but not broken. He had tasted betrayal, poverty, and the bitterness of being overlooked, but beneath it all, his ideas had only grown more refined, more complete. While the world chased quick profit and easy answers, Tesla quietly envisioned something far bolder. A system of power that could stretch across continents, carried not by wires of copper alone, but by a deeper principle, something elegant, efficient, and far ahead of its time. Late that year, Tesla's fortunes began to turn. He was introduced to two men who would change the trajectory of his career: Alfred S. Brown, a superintendent with Western Union, and Charles Fletcher Peck, a seasoned New York attorney. Both were experienced in launching inventions into the marketplace and saw something remarkable in Tesla's new designs, including a strange concept he called a thermomagnetic motor. Sensing opportunity, they offered to back him financially and handle his patents. In April of 1887, the three of them formed the Tesla Electric Company. The arrangement was clear. Any profits would be split three ways: 1/3 to Tesla, 1/3 to his backers, and 1/3 to fund further development. They established a laboratory for him at 89 Liberty Street in Manhattan, where Tesla returned to what he loved most: the work. In that quiet, focused space, he built and refined motors, generators, and devices that had never existed before. That same year, Tesla completed what would become his most revolutionary contribution: the induction motor powered by alternating current. At the time, AC power was gaining momentum in both Europe and the United States. Unlike direct current, which faded quickly over distance, AC could travel far more efficiently, making it ideal for large-scale power grids. Tesla's motor used a rotating magnetic field powered by polyphase alternating current, a concept he had first imagined years earlier. The design eliminated the need for brushes and commutators, making it far more reliable and easier to maintain. It was simple, self-starting, and robust. In May of 1888, Tesla secured a patent for it. Brown and Peck knew that the invention needed more than just a patent. It needed an audience. They arranged for independent testing to prove the motor's capabilities, followed by a coordinated press campaign. One of Tesla's supporters, physicist William Arnold Anthony, validated the design. Around the same time, Thomas Comerford Martin, editor of Electrical World magazine, helped arrange a demonstration at the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. On May 16, 1888, Tesla unveiled his motor to a room full of the nation's top engineers. The reaction was immediate. His invention wasn't just impressive, it was needed. Word soon reached George Westinghouse, the industrialist behind one of the largest electrical companies in the country. Westinghouse had been searching for a practical AC motor to support his vision of nationwide electric power. Though another design had been published by Italian physicist Galileo Ferraris just months earlier, Westinghouse believed Tesla's patent would dominate the market, and he was right. By July 1888, Brown and Peck negotiated a licensing deal with Westinghouse that included $60,000 in cash and stock, plus royalties for every horsepower generated by Tesla's motors. The agreement also brought Tesla into the company as a paid consultant, earning $2,000 per month, a substantial sum at the time. For the next year, Tesla worked in the Westinghouse laboratories in Pittsburgh. His assignment was to help develop an AC system for the city's streetcars. But while Tesla thrived in the solitude of invention, he struggled in the politics of team collaboration. Conflicts arose with the company's other engineers over how best to implement AC power. Tesla advocated for a 60-cycle frequency to match his motor's design, an idea that would later become standard. But in the short term, the system couldn't adapt to the varying speeds needed for streetcars. Eventually, the team abandoned his induction motor for a direct current traction motor instead. Though the project didn't go as he hoped, Tesla's ideas had already taken root. The induction motor, the polyphase system, the rotating magnetic field, these were not just inventions. They were the foundation for how the modern world would move, communicate, and live. And for the first time in his life, Tesla was no longer surviving. He was shaping the future. As Tesla's ideas began to spread, it seemed for a moment that everything was finally falling into place. The induction motor had been licensed. The partnership with Westinghouse was strong. And for the first time, the world seemed willing to follow where Tesla led. But success in the world of business rarely flows like current through copper. It is turbulent, unpredictable, subject not only to invention, but to money, power, and the ambitions of rival empires. And Tesla, for all his genius, was once again caught in a storm far outside his control. The late 1880s saw a fierce and often bitter rivalry unfolding across the electrical industry. Westinghouse, Edison, and the Thomson-Houston Company were the three dominant players. each racing to wire cities, secure patents, and dominate the future of electric power. It was an industry that demanded enormous investment: factories, wires, poles, machines, and it became clear that only one system would win. As the fight intensified, it grew not just technical, but deeply personal. Edison launched a public smear campaign against alternating current, insisting that his own direct current system was safer, more stable, and more civilized. The media dubbed it the War of the Currents, and Tesla's AC system stood directly in the crosshairs. Though Westinghouse had secured Tesla's patents, the battle made it nearly impossible to act on them right away. The company was already stretched thin, and the polyphase motor system, revolutionary though it was, required further development, time, and infrastructure that Westinghouse simply couldn't afford in the short term. Compounding the problem, the financial panic of 1890 swept through global markets after the collapse of London's Barings Bank. Panic gripped investors, loans were called in, cash dried up, and Westinghouse Electric, like many ambitious companies, suddenly found itself on the brink of collapse. With lenders circling, Westinghouse was forced to make deep cuts. Investors demanded he reduce spending on everything seen as non-essential, including research, acquisitions, and royalty agreements. Tesla's contract, which guaranteed him annual payments whether or not the motor was profitable, became one of the liabilities under scrutiny. At the time, Tesla's induction motor was still early in its life. The machines were rarely in use, and the electrical grids required to support them were not yet widespread. Westinghouse was paying Tesla a significant royalty, reportedly $15,000 a year, on a system that had not yet become viable in the marketplace. In early 1891, George Westinghouse met with Tesla in private. He laid out the situation in blunt terms. If the contract remained as it was, he would likely lose control of the company, and if that happened, Tesla's future payments would be in the hands of bankers, men who had no allegiance to his work or his vision. It was a sobering moment. Tesla, who had once dug ditches to survive, now held a patent that could reshape the world, but only if the company behind it stayed alive. Without hesitation, Tesla made a decision few inventors would have made. He tore up the contract. He released Westinghouse from the obligation to pay him royalties. It was not weakness, nor was it charity. It was a calculated move. Tesla believed that the continued support of Westinghouse was worth more than any sum of money. He chose progress over profit. Years later, in 1897, Tesla would finally be compensated for his contribution. As part of a larger agreement following the merger that formed General Electric, an alliance between Edison's company and Thomson-Houston, Westinghouse paid Tesla a lump sum of $216,000 in exchange for full control of the patent. By then, the polyphase AC system was no longer an idea on paper. It was the backbone of the modern world. With the royalty pressures behind him and the Westinghouse deal secured, Tesla finally found what he had always wanted: freedom. No longer tied to investors' demands or bound by survival, he was free to think, to build, to chase the ideas that had once lived only in the corners of his mind. The money he received for his patents allowed him to step out of the shadows of other men's companies and into his own world, one built not for profit, but for possibility. In 1889, Tesla left the modest Liberty Street workshop that had been arranged for him years earlier. With his newfound independence, he began establishing a series of personal laboratories across Manhattan, spaces where invention became ritual and science took on a kind of theater. Over the next 12 years, Tesla moved through a succession of labs, each one larger and more ambitious than the last. His first space was located at 175 Grand Street, where he worked from 1889 to 1892. After that, he moved into a loft on the fourth floor of 3335 South Fifth Avenue, a place that soon gained a reputation not just for experimentation, but for spectacle. By 1895, Tesla had expanded once more, this time into 2 full floors at 46 and 48 East Houston Street. The 6th and 7th stories of the building became a kind of modern alchemist's den, high ceilings, whirring machines, and bursts of artificial lightning. Celebrities, artists, and socialites began to visit, drawn in by stories of the strange inventor who could summon electricity from thin air. Among them was the writer Mark Twain, who became both a friend and admirer. Photographs of Twain posing in Tesla's lab capture the wonder of the age. 2 icons of the 19th century standing together in a space where the future was quietly being written. While Tesla's laboratories in New York buzzed with activity, his mind continued to drift into uncharted territory. The tools he had already built, the motors, the transformers, the polyphase systems, were never the final goal. They were stepping stones. What he truly wanted was to uncover the deeper patterns of nature itself. In the summer of 1889, a trip to Paris would open a new doorway, and once again, Tesla would push beyond the limits of what anyone believed was possible. That summer, Tesla visited the Exposition Universelle in Paris, a grand international fair showcasing the world's latest technological marvels. While there, he came across the groundbreaking experiments of German physicist Heinrich Hertz, who had recently proven the existence of electromagnetic waves, what we now call radio waves. These invisible pulses of energy confirmed a theory that had long been debated, and for Tesla, they sparked an entirely new line of thought. Back in his lab, Tesla set to work replicating Hertz's experiments. He had already been developing a high-speed alternator for use in arc lighting, and now he tried using it to power a type of induction device known as a Ruhmkorff coil. But the moment he pushed the frequency higher, things began to go wrong. The iron core inside the coil overheated, and the insulation between its windings began to break down. The more energy he tried to send through it, the more it collapsed under the strain. Rather than give up, Tesla did what he always did. He redesigned the entire concept from the ground up. To solve the overheating issue, he removed the insulating material and replaced it with a small air gap. He also modified the coil's iron core so that it could be shifted in and out of position, allowing for precise control of the magnetic field. What he created was a new kind of transformer, one that could generate extremely high voltages at high frequencies without breaking apart. It was compact, efficient, and astonishingly powerful. This invention would come to be known as the Tesla coil. It wasn't just a laboratory curiosity. The Tesla coil became the beating heart of his later work in wireless power and long-distance energy transmission. With it, Tesla could produce crackling bursts of electrical energy, light lamps without wires, and send sparks dancing through the air. It was as much a spectacle as it was a tool, and it would carry his dreams of a wireless world further than anyone had ever imagined. With the Tesla coil now perfected, the boundaries between what was visible and what was possible began to blur. Tesla no longer saw electricity as something that had to travel through wires. In his eyes, power was everywhere, in the air, in the earth, waiting only to be awakened. His next pursuit was nothing less than revolutionary, a world lit without cables, circuits, or copper lines, just energy, freely moving, untethered, and shared. After 1890, Tesla focused his efforts on transmitting electricity without the use of wires. Using the high-voltage, high-frequency current produced by his coil, he began experimenting with a method that relied on electrostatic induction, essentially lighting objects at a distance through carefully tuned electromagnetic fields. He believed that power could leap invisibly from source to receiver, and he set out to prove it. In a series of dramatic public demonstrations, Tesla would step onto a darkened stage holding long glass tubes, similar to today's neon lights. Without touching a single wire, the tubes would glow brightly in his hands, illuminated by fields of energy coursing through the room. Throughout the 1890s, Tesla worked tirelessly to refine this system. He experimented with both inductive and capacitive coupling, trying to push the range and stability of wireless lighting. With support from various investors, he explored dozens of designs, hoping to create a commercially viable product. But despite the brilliance of his demonstrations, the practical applications proved elusive. The technology remained too delicate, too unpredictable for the market, and time and again, backers pulled away before anything could be brought to scale. Still, Tesla's belief in wireless power only deepened. In 1893, during lectures in St. Louis, at the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia, and before the National Electric Light Association, he made a bold prediction that one day, energy and even intelligible signals could be transmitted across vast distances without wires, using the very earth itself as the conductor. The idea seemed fantastical at the time, yet it would form the foundation of what we now recognize as radio and global wireless communication. That same year, at age 35, Tesla officially became a citizen of the United States, a quiet milestone in a life already rich with invention. Just weeks earlier, he had also secured the patent for his Tesla coil, the very invention that would carry his vision of wireless power forward. Between 1892 and 1894, he served as vice president of the American Institute of Electrical Engineers, a position that reflected the growing respect he commanded among his peers. The world was beginning to notice him, not just as a showman, but as a man quietly reshaping the age of electricity. As the 1890s unfolded, Tesla's inventions were no longer confined to laboratory rooms or quiet stages. They were beginning to take root in the real world, moving from theory to infrastructure, from sketches to spinning machines. While Tesla continued to push the boundaries of what electricity could do, the systems he had already envisioned were now being refined and put to use. One of the most visible and transformative chapters of his career was about to unfold, not in a lab, but on a grand stage before the eyes of the world. By early 1893, the engineers at Westinghouse Electric, first Charles F. Scott and later Benjamin G. Lamb, had made important strides in bringing Tesla's alternating current induction motor into practical working form. One of Lamb's key innovations was the development of a rotary converter, a device that could bridge Tesla's polyphase system with the existing single-phase AC and even direct current grids. This allowed Westinghouse to serve a broader range of customers, easing the transition to the new technology. Confident in the strength of Tesla's patents and eager to differentiate themselves from competing firms, Westinghouse began officially branding their AC network as the Tesla polyphase system. That same year, Westinghouse Electric secured the contract to illuminate the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago. a global event that would become a turning point in the history of electric power. The fair's electricity building was a sprawling showcase of the latest innovations, and Westinghouse claimed a prime section to exhibit its alternating current technology. Their system would not only power the fair's massive lighting installation, but also serve as the backbone for all electrical exhibits, both AC and DC, proving its versatility and reliability. For the public, it was the first time they saw, on such a scale, the safety and beauty of alternating current lighting an entire World's Fair. Within the Westinghouse exhibit, a special section was dedicated to Tesla's induction motor. On display were various models, diagrams, and interactive demonstrations meant to help visitors understand the core principle behind the invention, the rotating magnetic field. One demonstration in particular stood out. Known as the Egg of Columbus, it used a two-phase induction coil to spin a copper egg upright on its end, a playful yet powerful illustration of the invisible forces Tesla had harnessed. Tesla himself visited the fair for a week during its 6-month run. He came not only to attend the International Electrical Congress, but to deliver a series of live demonstrations of his wireless lighting system. In a darkened room within the Westinghouse exhibit, he stood once more before a curious crowd, using high-frequency, high-voltage alternating current to illuminate gas discharge lamps without a single wire. It was a reprise of his earlier shows, refined and elevated for a global audience. Though much of Tesla's life was spent in isolation and quiet experimentation, moments like this revealed the full scope of his vision, practical, poetic, and just far enough ahead of its time to feel like magic. Tesla's appearance at the Columbian Exposition was more than just a celebration of past triumphs. It was a glimpse into what he still hoped to create. For all the applause his induction motor received, Tesla remained restless. He was never content with a system that merely worked. He sought the most elegant solution, the most refined design. And in the quiet halls of the International Electrical Congress, he unveiled something new, an invention that reflected his deep belief that power could be generated with simplicity and precision, rather than size and noise. During his lecture at the Agriculture Hall, Tesla introduced a steam-powered generator unlike any the world had seen. Rather than using the rotating gears and heavy turbines of traditional engines, this device relied on rapid oscillation. Steam was directed into a narrow chamber where it exited through a series of small ports, forcing a piston to move rapidly up and down. That piston was connected to a magnetic armature, essentially a vibrating magnet, which in turn created an alternating magnetic field. This field induced an electrical current in nearby coils of wire. In essence, it was a steam-driven oscillator designed to generate alternating current in a more compact and efficient way. It eliminated many of the mechanical complexities found in standard generators and replaced them with elegant motion and high-frequency vibration. Tesla believed it was a cleaner, more refined way to create electricity. But despite his excitement, the invention never took hold. The engineering world wasn't ready to abandon its reliance on heavy machinery and familiar designs. Tesla's oscillator, for all its promise, remained on the edges of possibility, a glimpse of a future that would never fully arrive. Even as the applause from the Columbian Exposition faded, Tesla's influence only deepened. He had already shaped the motors that would drive the modern world, but now the question was how to move that power, how to carry energy itself across vast distances. not just from building to building, but from nature to civilization. And nowhere was this challenge more pressing or more symbolic than at Niagara Falls, where the raw force of falling water begged to be transformed into electricity. In 1893, Edward Dean Adams, head of the Niagara Falls Cataract Construction Company, reached out to Tesla for his expertise. For years, engineers and companies had debated how best to harness the immense power of the falls. Proposals flooded in from across the United States and Europe. Some favored high-voltage direct current, others promoted compressed air systems, while a growing number pointed toward alternating current. The company needed clarity. Adams wanted Tesla's honest assessment. Tesla reviewed the competing technologies and advised that a two-phase alternating current system would offer the most reliable and scalable solution. He also pointed out that Westinghouse already had a functioning two-phase AC system in place for lighting, demonstrated with remarkable success at the recent World's Fair in Chicago. His recommendation carried weight, not just because of his expertise, but because the entire foundation of polyphase power had grown from his mind. Based on Tesla's guidance and the strength of Westinghouse's performance, the contract to build the generating system at Niagara Falls was awarded to Westinghouse Electric. At the same time, a separate contract to construct the distribution network was given to General Electric. Together, these two companies, one founded on Edison's principles, the other guided by Tesla's vision, would bring to life one of the most ambitious power systems the world had ever seen. Niagara would not only become a triumph of engineering, it would become a turning point in human history, the moment when nature's force met human imagination and electricity began to flow across the land, shaped in part by the quiet genius who once lit a copper egg on its end. As the current from Niagara began to flow and light up cities far from the roar of the falls, Tesla's name was no longer just whispered in lecture halls or printed beneath patents. It was spoken with awe, with respect, and often with curiosity. People wanted to know what he would do next. And for the first time, Tesla had something he'd long lacked, backing not just for a single idea, but for the full breadth of his vision. A company was formed not to contain him, but to unleash him. In 1895, Edward Dean Adams, still impressed by Tesla's clarity, brilliance, and the systems he had helped shape, agreed to support the launch of a new venture, the Nikola Tesla Company. Its purpose was simple in mission, but vast in scope: to develop, fund, and bring to market a wide range of Tesla's inventions, both past and still to come. Alfred Brown, one of Tesla's early allies, joined the effort, bringing with him patents from the earlier Peck and Brown years. The board of directors included men of wealth and influence, including William Birch Rankine and Charles F. Coney. For the first time, Tesla had a formal organization built around his ideas, a structure to support the wild reach of his imagination. But just as the future seemed to open before him, disaster struck. In the early hours of March 13, 1895, fire broke out in the South Fifth Avenue building that housed Tesla's laboratory. It started in the basement, but quickly consumed the floors above. Tesla's lab, his sanctuary, his workshop, his cathedral of thought, was on the fourth floor. Flames tore through it, collapsing it down into the level below. The heat was so intense that delicate instruments melted. Cabinets full of notes were turned to ash. Models and prototypes, including those displayed at the Grand Exposition in Chicago, were destroyed in minutes. Years of work, his most formative experiments, his private journals, the tangible pieces of his genius, were lost. When asked for comment by the New York Times, Tesla could barely speak. "I am in too much grief to talk," he said quietly. "What can I say?" It was one of the greatest personal losses of his life. But in the silence that followed, with the smoke still lingering in the city air, Tesla began again. In the aftermath of the fire, Tesla did not collapse into despair. He returned to his work, quietly and relentlessly, chasing the edges of the unknown. And it was there, in the quiet mystery of invisible forces, that he stumbled upon something remarkable. While the rest of the world still saw electricity as a source of light and motion, Tesla began to suspect it held secrets that reached beyond anything the eye could see. By 1894, Tesla had begun noticing strange anomalies in his lab. Photographic plates, stored far from light, showed signs of exposure. Something unseen was passing through the air, leaving faint traces on film and metal. Curious, he began experimenting with Crookes tubes, glass chambers in which streams of electrical current moved through near vacuum. These tubes, predecessors to modern cathode ray devices, revealed an eerie, silent power. During one of his experiments, Tesla attempted to photograph his friend Mark Twain, using a Geissler tube for illumination. But when the plate was developed, Twain was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the only image that appeared was the locking screw from the camera's lens, suggesting that something had passed through the body, ignored flesh, and captured only dense metal. Without fully realizing it, Tesla had taken one of the earliest X-ray photographs, possibly even before Wilhelm Röntgen formally announced their discovery in late 1895. By March 1896, Tesla's investigations into what he called radiant energy had intensified. He developed his own form of X-ray producing equipment, a single terminal vacuum tube powered by the Tesla coil, requiring no metallic target to generate its rays. Modern science would later identify this as a form of braking radiation, or Bremsstrahlung. With this setup, Tesla was able to produce images and patterns of considerable power and detail, well beyond what was possible using conventional equipment at the time. He took precautions, but he was not unaware of the dangers. His experiments left burns on his skin, and though he misunderstood their cause, believing them to be the result of ozone or chemical reactions from the equipment, he knew he was working with something that could harm as well as illuminate. Tesla also held misconceptions about the nature of the rays themselves. He believed X-rays were a type of longitudinal wave, similar to oscillations that occurred in plasmas or magnetic fields, an idea later proven incorrect, but not unreasonable given the tools and theories available to him at the time. What mattered most was not that he was right about every detail, but that he was always reaching, always listening for the silent pulse behind the noise. Tesla was not content to discover what others could see. He wanted to feel what others hadn't yet imagined. As Tesla continued to explore the invisible landscape of energy, waves that pulsed through the air and across the earth, his thoughts turned once again to the future. If power could be transmitted without wires, could control itself be made wireless? Could human intention be extended silently through the ether to command machines at a distance? To most, this sounded like fantasy, but Tesla, as always, was building what others could not yet imagine. In 1898, at an electrical exhibition held inside New York's Madison Square Garden, Tesla unveiled one of his most astonishing inventions, a small boat gliding silently across a water tank, controlled by no visible wires or levers. With a few adjustments on a handheld transmitter, He guided the craft left and right, started and stopped its propeller, and even triggered interior lights, all using wireless signals. He called it his telautomaton, a term he coined to describe a machine that could obey human commands at a distance. Though the audience was dazzled, many believed it was a trick. Some assumed there were hidden wires or preset gears. Tesla, unfazed, patiently explained the principle behind his device. Radio waves carrying information, received by the boat and converted into precise actions. It was one of the earliest demonstrations of radio-controlled technology, what the world would one day call remote control. Hoping to find a practical application for his invention, Tesla approached the US military with the idea of adapting the boat into a guided torpedo, a weapon that could be directed with precision and launched without risking the lives of sailors. But the concept was simply too far ahead of its time. Military officials were skeptical. They didn't yet see how a battlefield could be shaped by invisible signals. Undeterred, Tesla continued promoting the idea of teleautomatics, believing that the future would be filled with intelligent machines guided through wireless communication. On May 13, 1899, while en route to Colorado Springs, he delivered an address at the Commercial Club in Chicago, sharing his vision of a world where machines could act at a distance, free of tethers or human presence. It would take another generation for the rest of the world to catch up. But as always, Tesla had already seen it, clear and silent on the horizon. By the dawn of a new century, Tesla's dreams had expanded far beyond motors, lights, and machines. His thoughts had turned skyward, toward the air, the earth, and the space in between. If messages could be sent without wires, why not power itself? What if cities could be lit not by cables, but by energy drawn directly from the ground or the sky? To most, these questions sounded like science fiction. To Tesla, they were the natural next step. Between the 1890s and 1906, Tesla poured much of his time and nearly all of his wealth into a single pursuit: the wireless transmission of electrical power. At the time, even sending a basic radio signal across great distances remained an unsolved challenge. The idea of transmitting large amounts of usable electricity through thin air or solid ground was almost unthinkable. But Tesla believed it could be done. He had studied the work of Heinrich Hertz, whose experiments had proven the existence of radio waves. But Tesla disagreed with some of Hertz's conclusions. He believed that radio waves, as they were understood, would not serve his purpose. They radiated outward in straight lines, dissipating quickly into the vastness of space. For what Tesla envisioned, a global power network, this kind of energy loss was unacceptable. Instead, Tesla looked down, not up. He proposed a different model, that energy could be transmitted not by radiation, but by resonance. He believed the Earth itself could act as a conductor, a massive grounded circuit capable of carrying electricity over vast distances without wires. The atmosphere, too, might serve as a medium, allowing energy to be beamed from one point to another in powerful, focused pulses. To test these ideas, he returned to his lab on East Houston Street in New York and constructed one of his most ambitious devices, a massive spiral-shaped coil capable of generating extraordinarily high voltages. This magnifying transmitter, as he called it, was designed to create standing waves that could ripple through the earth or resonate in the atmosphere. He believed these waves could carry not just signals, but usable power, light, motion, electricity, delivered without a single cable. Others saw only spectacle. But Tesla, as always, was chasing something deeper. He didn't want to power just one city, he wanted to power the world. As Tesla's vision for wireless power grew bolder, the constraints of his New York laboratory could no longer contain it. He needed altitude, isolation, and the freedom to unleash energy on a scale the city could never allow. So in 1899, he packed up his instruments, notebooks, and dreams and boarded a train bound for the wide open plains of Colorado. There, under the vast sky and clean mountain air, he would attempt to prove the impossible. Tesla established his experimental station just outside the city of Colorado Springs. The location offered something he desperately needed: thin, low-pressure air that would allow electrical discharges to travel farther and more safely than in the dense humidity of Manhattan. The local utility, the El Paso Electric Light Company, agreed to supply him with free alternating current, and thanks to a sizable investment from financier John Jacob Astor IV, Tesla had secured $100,000 to fund the endeavor, a staggering sum at the time. With this backing, he began constructing what would become the centerpiece of his wireless power experiments, the magnifying transmitter. Upon arriving, Tesla spoke confidently to the press. He claimed he would soon be sending wireless signals from the peaks of Colorado all the way to Paris. The public, by now accustomed to his flair for dramatic promises, listened with fascination, but few understood what he was truly attempting. Inside the Colorado Springs lab, Tesla built a massive version of his magnifying transmitter. The coil he constructed could operate in the range of millions of volts, unleashing blinding arcs of artificial lightning that stretched over 100 feet through the air. The sight was unforgettable. Bolts of white fire leaping through the dark, accompanied by rolling thunder that echoed across the plains. One night, during a particularly intense experiment, he overloaded the local power grid and accidentally burned out the electric company's generator, plunging the town into darkness. But these displays weren't just for show. Tesla believed he had found evidence that the Earth itself could conduct electrical signals globally. While studying the electromagnetic noise produced by lightning strikes, he became convinced, incorrectly, as it would turn out, that the planet could carry energy like a great resonant bell. He believed he could use this natural resonance to send power across oceans, through the ground, without any loss. While in Colorado, Tesla also picked up a strange series of signals on his receiving equipment, unusual rhythms and pulses he couldn't explain. He speculated, cautiously at first, that these signals might be artificial. Perhaps they were evidence of intelligent life beyond Earth. In later letters and articles, he expanded on the idea, suggesting that the signals could have come from Mars, Venus, or another planet entirely. The public seized on the story, and newspapers ran sensational headlines claiming that Tesla had heard messages from Mars. Though no proof ever emerged, the idea that he may have brushed up against something extraterrestrial lingered in the popular imagination for years. In 1900, the Century magazine published an article Tesla had written during his time in Colorado, titled "The Problem of Increasing Human Energy." Accompanied by photographs of his experiments, the article blended science with philosophy, speculation with optimism. Tesla spoke not only of transmitting power, but of lifting humanity itself, of solving war, poverty, and hunger through energy made limitless and free. It was less a technical report and more a dream set to paper. And though few understood it at the time, it captured the very essence of who Tesla was, a man who saw further than the world around him and who believed more than anything that energy, when freed, could lift the human spirit with it. After returning from the plains of Colorado, Tesla carried with him not just a theory, but a mission. He had seen what he believed to be proof that energy could be sent through the ground, through the sky, across continents. Now, he needed a stage large enough to demonstrate it to the world. He had sparked lightning in the mountains, but now he dreamed of something greater, lighting cities across oceans. And for that, he would need a tower unlike any built before. At the turn of the century, Tesla began seeking backers to fund what he envisioned as the first truly global wireless energy station. In the drawing rooms of New York's elite, at the Waldorf Astoria where he lived, at the Players Club, and under the chandeliers of Delmonico's, he courted financiers with promises of a world made smaller by power and communication delivered through the air itself. In March of 1901, the powerful financier J.P. Morgan agreed to invest $150,000 in exchange for majority rights to any patents the project might generate. With that, Tesla began construction on a facility in Shoreham, Long Island, 100 miles from Manhattan, where the Wardenclyffe Tower would rise. But Tesla's vision grew faster than the money could keep up. By July, he was already expanding the original plans, seeking to outpace Guglielmo Marconi, who was working on his own wireless system using radio waves. Tesla believed Marconi's ideas were built on principles he himself had discovered, and he was determined to leap ahead. But in December of 1901, Marconi successfully transmitted the letter S across the Atlantic, from England to Newfoundland. It was a simple signal, but a symbolic victory. In the public eye, Marconi had won the race. Still, Tesla pressed on. By 1902, he had moved his laboratory operations from Manhattan to Wardenclyffe and threw himself into the work. The tower, with its skeletal dome rising high above the shoreline, became a symbol of his dream. But dreams require more than steel and bolts. They require belief. And belief, especially on Wall Street, is easily shaken. As Marconi's system gained traction and Tesla's remained incomplete, investor confidence began to erode. The press turned skeptical, some even calling Wardenclyffe a hoax. Tesla's funding dried up, work slowed. By 1905, the project had ground to a halt. Exhausted and under pressure, Tesla began to unravel. Some believe he suffered a nervous breakdown in the year that followed. To keep himself afloat, Tesla mortgaged the Wardenclyffe property, using it to cover growing debts at the Waldorf Astoria. The dream tower that was meant to power the world now stood still, unfinished, casting long shadows over an inventor who had given everything to a vision the world was not ready to see. After Wardenclyffe fell silent, Tesla did not. Though the tower stood still, unfinished and untapped, he continued to believe, writing again and again to J.P. Morgan, appealing to the financier's son after the elder Morgan's death, still hoping the vision could be revived. But the world had changed. The tides of industry were shifting, and Tesla, once the center of attention, now found himself moving quietly from one borrowed office to another, always chasing the next spark. In 1906, he opened a new office at 165 Broadway in Manhattan, hoping to attract investors by showcasing new inventions and reviving interest in his older patents. From there, he moved to the gleaming Metropolitan Life Tower, then briefly to the Woolworth Building, before financial pressure forced him to leave. By 1915, he had settled into modest space at 8 West 40th Street, where he would remain for the next decade. But by then, Tesla's fortunes had faded. Most of his patents had expired. His name, once synonymous with the future, was slipping from the headlines, and the new inventions he was working on proved difficult to finish, or harder still, to fund. Still, there were moments of brilliance. On his 50th birthday, Tesla unveiled a device unlike any other, a bladeless turbine. It spun not with fan-like blades, but through smooth, efficient discs that used fluid dynamics to generate rotational force. Compact and elegant, it was a design that stripped away complexity. At a demonstration in 1906, a 200-horsepower version of the turbine reached an astonishing 16,000 revolutions per minute. Between 1910 and 1911, several of these engines were tested at New York's Waterside Power Station, producing between 100 and 5,000 horsepower. Tesla worked with various companies, including a brief stint with Alice Chalmers in Milwaukee between 1919 and 1922. Though the turbine never became a standard industrial engine, its core design found a quiet afterlife in precision instruments, used in the speedometers of luxury automobiles and delicate engineering tools. Then came war, and with it, a new battleground, the airwaves. When World War I erupted, the British severed transatlantic telegraph lines to Germany, attempting to cut off communications. At the same time, a legal battle began over wireless patents, with the Marconi company attempting to block its German rival, Telefunken, through a US court case. Telefunken called on Tesla, hiring him as a witness at $1,000 a month. For 2 years, he stood behind the scenes of the case, offering his expertise. But the legal maneuvering stalled, and the matter was rendered moot when the US entered the war in 1917. Tesla also launched his own lawsuit in 1915, accusing the Marconi company of infringing on his wireless tuning patents. Marconi had been granted a US patent in 1897 for early radio work, but a subsequent submission in 1900, covering key transmission improvements, was initially rejected on the grounds that it infringed on Tesla's earlier patents. Eventually, the patent was granted in 1904, giving Marconi an edge Tesla would spend years trying to challenge. His suit went nowhere, but fate would bring a quiet correction long after the fact. In 1943, during a separate case in which Marconi's company tried to sue the US government for patent infringement during the war, the Supreme Court reviewed the tangled web of prior filings. In its ruling, the court restored the primacy of patents belonging to Oliver Lodge, John Stone, and Nikola Tesla. Though the decision was limited in scope, it did not settle who first achieved radio transmission. It did disqualify Marconi's company from claiming royalties on ideas it had not originated. By then, Tesla was gone. But in that final ruling, a fragment of justice remained, a faint acknowledgement that, behind the noise of history, there had once been a quiet mind that saw farther than most. As the years went on, Tesla never stopped inventing. Even as the world moved toward other names, other voices, and newer technologies, his mind remained a river of ideas, restless, unpredictable, and unwilling to settle. While he no longer had the laboratories of his prime or the financial support of industrial titans, Tesla continued to pursue new concepts with the same fierce curiosity that had guided him from the start. Some of his later creations never reached the public eye. Others were glimpses into futures the world had yet to imagine. Around the turn of the century, Tesla turned his attention to ozone, a reactive form of oxygen believed at the time to hold healing properties. He founded the Tesla Ozone Company in 1900 and attempted to market a medical device built from a modified Tesla coil. The apparatus bubbled ozone through various oils, creating a thick gel that he claimed had therapeutic uses. A few years later, he explored the idea further, adapting the device into an early version of a room sanitizer, something he envisioned being used to sterilize hospital wards and surgical theaters. Tesla's interest in human potential never faded. In 1912, he proposed a bold and unusual experiment, enhancing intelligence through exposure to electricity. He imagined classrooms in which the walls themselves pulsed with high-frequency electromagnetic waves. These waves, he believed, would create a kind of invisible bath, stimulating the brains of students and, in his words, transforming dull students into bright ones without them ever knowing. The idea, though never implemented, was briefly entertained by William H. Maxwell, the superintendent of New York City schools. In August of 1917, Tesla published an article in Electrical Experimenter magazine that once again placed him years ahead of his time. He theorized that high-frequency electrical waves might be used to detect distant objects, suggesting, in effect, a primitive form of radar. He imagined beams of electric energy bouncing off submarines and displaying their position on a fluorescent screen. His specific assumptions about wave behavior were technically flawed. High-frequency waves, as we now know, do not penetrate water well. But the foundation of his idea wasn't far from the reality that would later emerge. Decades afterward, Émile Girardot, one of the pioneers of French radar, acknowledged Tesla's foresight. If he was dreaming, Girardot said, at least he was dreaming correctly. Even late in life, Tesla still reached for the sky, literally. In 1928, he received a patent for a peculiar flying machine, a biplane capable of vertical takeoff and landing. The craft was designed to rise straight upward, then tilt into forward motion as it gained altitude. It was a far cry from anything practical, yet Tesla believed it could be mass-produced for under $1,000. Though the design never left the drawing board, it hinted at the same thing all his inventions did, a refusal to accept the limitations of the present. Tesla's later creations were rarely built, most were dismissed, and some were misunderstood. But they remained part of the same lifelong pattern, a mind that could never stop dreaming, even as the rest of the world moved on. In time, the world that Tesla once lit with wonder began to forget the man behind the glow. His name, once at the center of scientific conversation, faded into the margins. Yet he remained in New York, drifting from hotel to hotel, no longer surrounded by engineers and patrons, but by quiet routines and fading memories. Though he had given so much to the age of electricity, Tesla now lived alone, accompanied not by applause, but by pigeons and silence. For many years, Tesla lived at the Grand Waldorf Astoria Hotel, beginning around 1900. But as the decades passed, unpaid bills began to accumulate. By 1922, he had left the Waldorf and moved to the St. Regis Hotel, marking the start of a quiet pattern that would repeat for the rest of his life. He would take up residence in a new hotel, stay for several years, and eventually leave behind debts he could no longer afford to pay. From the St. Regis to the Hotel Pennsylvania, from the Governor Clinton to the Marguerite, each move became smaller, quieter, more fragile. Amid this descent, Tesla found companionship in an unlikely place. Each day, he walked to the park to feed the pigeons, delicate, weightless creatures that he claimed to understand in a way others could not. Eventually, he began feeding them from his hotel window. Injured birds especially seemed to draw his affection. He would bring them inside, tending to them with the precision and care he once reserved for machines. One bird in particular, a white pigeon with a broken wing and leg, captured his heart. Tesla later said she came to him every day and that he loved her as one might love another person. He spent over $2,000 to care for her, even building a custom device to help her heal in comfort. But pigeons made noise, they left messes, and unpaid bills added pressure to already strained hotel staff. In 1923, he was evicted from the St. Regis. A decade later, he was forced to leave the Governor Clinton. By the mid-1930s, he had settled into the Hotel New Yorker, where he would remain until the end of his life. It was during this final chapter that Westinghouse, the company that once built an empire from his induction motor, stepped in quietly. Reports differ, but it's believed that someone at the company feared the public might learn of Tesla's impoverished condition and the role Westinghouse had once played in his rise. To prevent embarrassment, or perhaps out of quiet respect, they arranged a monthly payment of $120 and covered his rent. Tesla, known for his pride and refusal to accept charity, agreed only after the money was described as a consulting fee. Whether it was a gesture of goodwill, obligation, or unspoken gratitude, it allowed him to live his final years in modest dignity. Tesla never stopped dreaming, but by now, the world had moved on to dreams of its own. As Tesla entered the final decade of his life, the world may have forgotten much of what he built, but it had not forgotten him entirely. Each year, as his birthday approached, the press returned, not with the same awe as before, but with a kind of reverent curiosity, drawn by rumors, memories, and the enduring sense that Tesla still held secrets no one else had yet uncovered. And so, in his later years, a new tradition began. Not in laboratories or lecture halls, but in hotel ballrooms filled with journalists, dignitaries, and trays of food prepared by Tesla's own hand. The first of these celebrations came in 1931, organized by a young journalist and admirer named Kenneth Sweezy. Tesla was turning 75, and the gathering drew attention from across the scientific world. Among the birthday wishes was a message from Albert Einstein himself. Time magazine honored him with a cover portrait and the headline, "All the world's his powerhouse." The event was such a success that Tesla turned it into an annual ritual. Each year, he welcomed reporters and guests to hear stories from his long career and, increasingly, to hear predictions and proclamations that blurred the line between scientific genius and unfiltered imagination. In 1932, Tesla announced he had developed a motor powered by cosmic rays, an energy source drawn not from fuel or wires, but from the very fabric of space. A year later, on his 77th birthday, he claimed he was on the verge of confirming a new theory of energy, one that directly contradicted Einstein's physics. The energy, he said, could be harnessed by a device that would cost little to operate and could last half a millennium. He also claimed to be working on breakthroughs in metallurgy, wireless communication via private radio wavelengths, and a way to photograph the retina in order to record human thought, what he described as a thought camera. By 1934, Tesla's tone had shifted. That year, he told assembled reporters that he had designed a superweapon, a device he claimed would end all war. He called it Teleforce, though the public quickly dubbed it the Death Ray. Tesla explained that the invention was purely defensive, intended to form an impenetrable wall of energy along a nation's borders, capable of vaporizing aircraft and halting armies at a distance of over 200 miles. The New York Times reported on it with cautious fascination, estimating the cost of development at $2 million. Tesla never publicly revealed how it worked, but decades later, technical notes surfaced in his archived writings, describing charged particles accelerated to lethal velocities through an open-ended vacuum tube. He sent versions of the proposal to the US War Department, the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom, and Yugoslavia, none of which ever pursued it in earnest. On his 79th birthday in 1935, Tesla continued to captivate and confuse. He claimed to have discovered cosmic rays as early as 1896 and said he had invented a method of generating direct current through induction. He returned again to his infamous mechanical oscillator, a device he claimed had once triggered an earthquake beneath his old lab on East Houston Street. According to Tesla, a version of the machine could have brought down the Empire State Building using nothing more than 5 pounds of air pressure. He went on to propose a new field entirely, telegeodynamics, a system of transmitting vibrations through the Earth itself, which he believed could be used to detect underground minerals or enable long-distance communication. 2 years later, in 1937, Tesla celebrated his birthday in the grand ballroom of the Hotel New Yorker. Dressed in formal attire, he received medals from foreign ambassadors, including the Order of the White Lion from Czechoslovakia. When asked again about his so-called death ray, Tesla offered no apology or qualification. "It is not an experiment," he said. "I have built, demonstrated, and used it. Only a little time will pass before I can give it to the world." But time was no longer on his side. Behind the thunder of his machines and the brilliance of his ideas, Nikola Tesla lived a remarkably solitary life. Though surrounded at times by celebrities, benefactors, and the bright lights of New York, he never married, never had children, and often described his work as both his partner and his burden. He gave everything to his vision, and in doing so, chose a path few could understand. Tesla believed that his celibacy was one of the keys to his mental clarity. In a 1924 interview, he lamented what he saw as the fading of the refined, graceful women he had once admired, replaced, in his view, by a generation trying too hard to imitate men. Yet in quieter moments, he admitted that the choice to remain alone might have come at too high a cost. There were times, he confessed, when the loneliness felt like a sacrifice he could no longer ignore. Naturally reserved, Tesla was deeply private and often preferred seclusion. He worked obsessively, sometimes around the clock, shutting out the world in order to chase the next great revelation. But when he did emerge into society, those who met him often found themselves struck by his elegance. Friends and colleagues described him as soft-spoken and refined, with an air of quiet dignity. Robert Underwood Johnson wrote that Tesla possessed sweetness, sincerity, modesty, refinement, generosity, and force. His longtime secretary, Dorothy Skerritt, said he carried himself with an innate nobility that never faltered. Others were amazed by the breadth of his intellect. Not just a scientist, but a lover of poetry, music, language, and fine food. Tesla's circle included artists and thinkers from all walks of life. He was especially close to the writer and publisher Robert Underwood Johnson, the architect Stanford White, and author Frances Marion Crawford. He formed a warm, playful friendship with Mark Twain, who became one of his most frequent guests in the lab, and once described Tesla's motor as the most valuable invention since the telephone. In 1896, At a gathering hosted by actress Sarah Bernhardt, Tesla met the Hindu monk Swami Vivekananda. Their conversation left a deep impression on Tesla. The monk's blend of spiritual philosophy and Eastern science resonated with Tesla's expanding worldview. He began studying Vedic texts, integrating Sanskrit concepts like Akasha and Prana into his writing. In one of his later essays, Man's Greatest Achievement, he described energy and matter using these ancient ideas, blending mysticism with electromagnetism in a way only Tesla could. In the late 1920s, he befriended the poet and mystic George Sylvester Viereck, occasionally attending dinners at his home. Viereck would later become known for his Nazi affiliations, though Tesla never expressed any political alignment with his host's ideology. For all his brilliance, Tesla could also be sharp and unforgiving. He was openly critical of certain physical traits, especially weight, and once dismissed a secretary from her job solely for being overweight. He was particular about appearance and had no hesitation asking assistants to change their attire if it did not meet his standards. He could be impatient, exacting, and at times cold. Even in death, Tesla's views remained uncompromising. When Thomas Edison died in 1931, tributes poured in from across the globe. Tesla, however, submitted the only sharply critical statement, refusing to soften his long-held belief that Edison's methods lacked refinement and respect for theory. In his final years, Tesla grew increasingly austere. He became a vegetarian, living almost entirely on milk, bread, honey, and vegetable juices. Though his body weakened, his mind never stopped reaching, never stopped seeking. Even in solitude, even with the world no longer listening, he kept imagining what might still be possible. In his final years, Tesla's days followed a quiet rhythm, familiar, simple, solitary. He still walked the streets of New York, still fed the pigeons, and still carried in his mind dreams that refused to die. Though the world had moved on, and the future he had once seen so clearly now belonged to others, Tesla remained a man in motion, soft-spoken, distant, but never fully still. In the autumn of 1937, at the age of 81, Tesla left the Hotel New Yorker after midnight for one of his nightly walks. He made his usual way towards St. Patrick's Cathedral and the public library, his favoured places to feed the birds. While crossing the street just a few blocks from the hotel, he was struck by a taxi. The impact threw him to the ground, leaving him with serious injuries, a wrenched back, multiple broken ribs, and lingering pain that would follow him through his remaining years. True to his lifelong habits, Tesla refused medical treatment. He never saw a doctor and never fully recovered. On January 7, 1943, Nikola Tesla died alone in room 3327 of the Hotel New Yorker. He was 86 years old. For 3 days, no one entered the room. The Do Not Disturb sign remained on the door until a maid, sensing something was wrong, finally ignored it and stepped inside. There she found him motionless, his long journey at last complete. The official cause of death was coronary thrombosis. He had passed quietly with no one beside him. But the silence did not last long. 2 days after his death, the US government moved in. Fearing that some of Tesla's research might be of strategic interest during the ongoing war, the FBI authorized the seizure of his personal effects. The alien property custodian was sent to take possession of his papers, drawings, and prototypes. A respected MIT physicist, Dr. John G. Trump, was brought in to evaluate the contents. After several days, Trump concluded that there was nothing dangerous, no working death ray, no military breakthrough hidden among the diagrams. One device, believed by some to be a powerful weapon, turned out to be nothing more than an old resistance box, decades out of date. On January 10, 1943, 3 days after his death, New York City paused to remember him. In a solemn ceremony at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine, Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia read a eulogy to honor the strange, brilliant man who had once lit the world with his imagination. Nikola Tesla died with little money, few friends, and no monument. But today, his name is written across the map of modern life, etched into the machines that power our homes, the wireless signals that carry our voices, and the very language of energy itself. In time, the world would come to realize what it had once ignored. He gave us the current. He gave us the spark. And then, quietly, he disappeared into the night. Though he died alone, Tesla's light did not go out. It only dimmed for a time, waiting, like one of his hidden currents, to be rediscovered. Years after his passing, the world slowly began to remember. What had once seemed like spectacle was now recognized as foresight. What had once been dismissed as impossible was now woven into everyday life. And so, piece by piece, the legacy of Nikola Tesla began to rise again. In 1952, nearly a decade after Tesla's death, his nephew, Sava Kusanovic, a Yugoslav diplomat and politician, petitioned to have his uncle's estate returned to the country of his birth. The request was granted. Tesla's personal belongings, manuscripts, drawings, equipment, and notes were packed into 80 carefully labeled trunks and shipped across the ocean to Belgrade. There, a museum was created in his honor. 5 years later, in 1957, Tesla's ashes were transported as well. Today, they rest in a gilded spherical urn, shaped like the geometric form he most admired, housed on a marble pedestal inside the Nikola Tesla Museum. That museum contains more than just objects. It holds a vast archive, over 160,000 original documents, now protected under UNESCO's Memory of the World program. It is one of the largest and most detailed records of a single inventor's work in history. Tesla's official count of patents stands near 300, though some remain missing, buried in forgotten archives or unclaimed filings. At least 278 patents are known across 26 countries. The reach of his mind was global. His ideas approved in the United States, Britain, Canada, and far beyond. Some were devices that shaped industry. Others were sketches of futures still to come. His name now lives everywhere, in museums, in monuments, in films and books. It moves across highways and energy grids. It soars on electric cars and echoes in classrooms and laboratories. More than a century after he first imagined a world lit without wires, Tesla remains one of its most enduring sparks. Not because he lived a perfect life, but because he believed so fiercely in what could be, and never once gave up trying to bring it into being. And so, the story of Nikola Tesla comes to rest, not with a dramatic finale, but with a quiet recognition of a man who lived in the space between worlds. He stood at the edge of science and mystery, logic and wonder, chasing truths no one else could see, and often paying the price for seeing too far ahead. He was not always understood, nor always believed. He lived without fame in his final years, without fortune, and without the companionship that most would seek. Yet he left behind something far greater than applause or wealth. He left a trail of sparks, ideas that would take root long after his voice fell silent. Today, the currents that run through our cities, the wireless signals that carry our thoughts, and the very concept of energy itself all hum with echoes of his genius. And perhaps that is the most fitting legacy of all, to vanish quietly while the world awakens, slowly, to everything you already knew.